All right, so we're on the record in docket 2402-824. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Yancel Lopez. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mrs. Zell.
Gabrielle Zell, Assistant Prosecutor for the people.
Mr. Raleigh.
And Jacob Riley on behalf of Mr. Lopez.
And sir, you are Yancel Lopez, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for pretrial in the matter. Mrs. Zell, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, it's my understanding that we are still going to continue with negotiations and are asking that this be adjourned for left on for a final pretrial.
And is that a fair statement, Mr. Raleigh?
It is, Your Honor, and we would respectfully request that the final pretrial be, I guess, sooner rather than later, 2 weeks if possible.
All right.
Mr. Lopez does have some obligations in the near future.
All right, so we'll leave on for final pretrial. And the soonest date for final pretrial could be
January 21st at 8:30.
January 21st at 8:30. Anything else for the record? So you'll get notice from my court officer to be here on January 21st at 8:30. Anything else for the record in docket 2402-824, Mrs. L?
Not for the people.
Mr. Raleigh.
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Lopez, you should be all set. We'll see you on January 21st. Next in this.
I believe we're ready on Jasmine Whistler.
Jasmine. A Mr. Lee case.
Actually, Your Honor, we have yet to reassign her case. She was originally with the public defender in 2019 and was represented by Mr. Stephen Milks. When she was arraigned here in December, we were not notified, that is, our office was not notified of the arraignment. And so nobody has been assigned to her case.
Is Miss Hissler here?
I don't know. Is she here?
I'm not sure if this is like.
I don't see her here.
I haven't checked anyone in by that name. So.
All right. So we're do a courtesy reset if there's no.
We'll get with her and make sure we're
Right.
an attorney.
All right. So let's call that case. We're on the record, and that is a 1-9 case, and it's got the previous public defender on it. This Russell Church is the so that would be the explanation for at least this case not being reassigned yet. So we're on the record in docket 1903270. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Jasmine Hissler. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mrs. L.
Gabrielle Zell, Assistant Prosecutor for the people.
Mr. Lee.
Thank you, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Jasmine Hissler.
And so I will make the record and then allow counsel to make any record they see fit. It's my understanding that Ms. Hissler did have a public defender previously, had been assigned, and she was FTA for some time. And this case has not been reassigned. Mr. Milks was the original public defender. Case has to be reassigned to the present public defender, probably because Mr. Milks had this as a public defender, or this might predate the public defender's office.
Could be 2019.
Yeah, it's right about that time. So we will adjourn the pretrial. I believe this is a retail fraud. So we'll adjourn the pretrial. Is there anything you wanted to place on the record of Mrs. Zell concerning this matter?
Not at this time.
Mr. Lee, is there anything to supplement the court's indication that we should adjourn just to get counsel present and
No,
make sure? I don't have any indication that the address has changed where they'd received notification. We still have the same address, the Hateman Street address. That was the last known address we have. Is that the last known address?
Check.
Is that Hateman?
That's all we have.
Yeah, that's all.
I don't see where Judge staff if they did it with a new address.
Oh, they did.
I don't see where they did they?
6447 Narrowlands, Charlotte, Michigan. Is that what you?
No, the address I have is 111 Oakman Street in Lansing.
Yeah, that was the last one. But Dee was in custody during this time. They PR'd her. And then they've got an address of 6447 Narrow. I can't read. Narrow Lake, Charlotte, Michigan, with a number of 517-588-8230. There's no zip code for that 6447 address that I
It's
can.
4813.
Okay.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that phone number?
517-588-8230. So what we'll do is we'll send that notice to that last known address. And then you have that address, Mr. Lee.
Yes, sir.
All right. We'll adjourn the pretrial to what date?
January 21st at 9.
January 21st at 9 a.m. All right, we've done a courtesy adjournment because of some of the changeover and this case is about 5 years old. So, and we have a new address that is recent as of December 10th, 2024, when she was arraigned on the fail to appear. So we'll reset it for that January 21st date. Anything else for the record in 190329770, Mrs. Zell?
Not for the people.
Mr. Lee?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
That's all for the record in that file. Miller, Marin, Copeland, and Pinder are on Zoom. Mr. Raleigh, what case did you want to call next?
We're ready on Miller.
Miller? All right, Miss Miller, you can unmute.
Hello.
Hello. All right, so we're on the record in docket 2403664. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Aaron Miller. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mrs. Zell.
Gabrielle Zell, Assistant Prosecutor for the people.
Mr. Raleigh.
Jacob Raleigh on behalf of Ms. Miller.
And ma'am, you are Aaron Miller, is that correct?
Yes.
And you can hear me all right, Miss Miller?
Yes, I can.
Thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mrs. Zell, how are we proceeding?
Is my understanding, Your Honor, that we are going to be leaving this case on for a final pretrial.
And is that a fair statement, Mr. Raleigh?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. We'll leave on for final pretrial for
January 21st at 8:30.
January 21st at 8:30. So Ms. Miller, you'll get notice sent to your last updated address with the court. And that would be the Baker Street address. Is that still a good address for notification purposes?
Yeah.
All right. We'll see on January 21st at 8:30. Anything else for the record in 24036 for Ms. Zell?
Not for the people.
Mr. Raleigh.
No, Your Honor.
Right, we should be all set. Ms. Miller, thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Right, so we're on the record in docket 2401831. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Portia Gregory. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mrs. Zell.
Gabrielle Zell, Assistant Prosecutor for the people.
Mr. Raleigh.
Jacob Raleigh on behalf of Ms. Gregory.
And ma'am, you are Portia Gregory, is that correct?
Yes, sir, I am.
Right, thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mrs. Zell, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, it's my understanding that we will be leaving this on for a final pretrial.
Is that a fair statement, Mr. Raleigh?
Yes, Your Honor.
So we'll set for final pretrial on
January 21st at 8:30.
January 21st at 8:30. Ms. Gregory, you'll receive notice from my court officer for that January 21st at 8:30 address set for final pretrial. Anything else for the record in 2401-831, Mrs. L?
Not at the moment.
Mr. Raleigh?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Gregory, you're all set. We'll see you on January 21st at 8:30. Mr. Lee, are you ready for, on any cases?
We have Mr. Richard Morris here.
All right. Mr. Morris. Mr. Morris. Mr. Morris, you can stay right there as long as we can hear you. If you move up to the where the door is, just to make sure we can hear you, okay? But you don't have to come all the way in. So you should be fine right there, I think.
Okay,
All right, so we're on the record in docket 21-00219. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Richard Morris. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mrs. L.
Gabrielle Zell, Assistant Prosecutor for the People.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Richard Morris.
And sir, you are Richard Morris, is that correct?
yes, I am.
Okay, and you can hear me all right, Mr. Morris?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mrs. L, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, it's my understanding that we will be leaving this matter on for a final pretrial.
All right, and is that a fair statement, Mr. Lee?
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
So we'll leave on for final pretrial. Mr. Morris, you'll get notification right now from my court officer on what date we're setting it for.
Okay,
Final pretrial set for
January 21st at 8:30.
January 21st at 8:30. So you'll get notification you'll get the actual written copy of notice given to you by my court officer, and we'll see you back here on January 21st at 8:30. All right, sir? Anything else for the record in 21-00219, Mrs. L?
Not for the people.
Mr. Lee,
Nothing further. Your Honor.
you're all set. Thank you for your appearance today. Oh, Mr. Raleigh, we had the opportunity to meet with Mr. Marin or Jose Marin.
I am not, Your Honor.
Or how about, who has Mr. Copeland? Is that a pro per?
It does not appear that there is a defense attorney assigned on ours.
All right, and then how about Pinder? I don't know what,
that's my mom.
what's your name, sir?
Brandon Williams. Yeah, she probably, Janice Pender, she's just probably on there, just,
Okay,
yeah.
all right. So Mr. Marin is here. Mr. Copeland is here on Zoom.
Mr. Copeland denied a CAA.
All right,
He
we'll probably put Mr. Copeland on the
He
record.
declined it at arraignment. He was going to hire counsel.
All right, and did you want to meet with Mr. Marin, or do you want to go on, or do you want to call a case before that?
We would be ready to go on Brandon Williams.
All right, let's go on Mr. Williams. And then we can put you in a breakout room with Mr. Marin. All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-03653. That is People of the State of Michigan versus Brandon Williams. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mrs. Zell
Gabrielle Zell, Assistant Prosecutor for the People.
and Mr. Raleigh.
Jacob Raleigh on behalf of Mr. Williams.
And sir, you are Brandon Williams, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Ms. Zell, how are we proceeding?
It's my understanding, Your Honor, that we are going to be leaving this on for a final pretrial.
And is that a fair statement, Mr. Raleigh?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, we'll leave on for final pretrial. For
January 21st at 8:30.
January 21st at 8:30. Mr. Williams, you'll get notice given to you by my court officer. That'll be set for January 21st at 8:30, same it is here live in person, all right? All right, anything else for the record in 24-03653, Mrs. Zell,
Not for the people.
Mr. Raleigh?
No, Your Honor.
All right, we're all set. Thank you for your appearance today. And if you join, I'll put Mr. Marin, I'll put you in a room with your public defender as soon as he joins our courtroom. All right, sir? You'll have to unmute, Mr. Marin.
Okay, thank you.
All right. You should get a prompt to go to room 1.
Okay.
And then Mr. Copeland will call your case. Mr. Brown. All right, so we're on the record. Mr. Copeland, you can unmute.
I'm here.
All right, we're on the record in docket 24-03397. That is People of the State of Michigan versus Calvin Copeland. Appearances for the record, Mrs. Zell.
Gabrielle Zell, Assistant Prosecutor for the People.
And sir, you are Calvin Copeland, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you were unrepresented by counsel today, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, Mr. Copeland, we have that you denied the public defender and you were going to seek to retain your own counsel. Would that be is that a fair statement?
No, I just felt like it wasn't a high profile case that I couldn't handle on my own. And I just told him that he could stand by counsel if he wanted to.
But only, I have you as denied, you denied counsel on the misdemeanor. This is the ultimate penalty for this misdemeanor is 6 months and or $5,000. So, I mean, I guess there are higher charges than this, but the ultimate penalty being 6 months. So it'd be at least a semi-serious case. Do you want counsel?
No, I don't need counsel. And I'm sorry, Your Honor, I wasn't saying that it wasn't a serious matter. I was just saying that it wasn't, that I didn't need it, that I could represent myself.
Do you want the opportunity to speak to the assistant prosecutor on this case?
I mean, I could, I don't mind.
It's up to you. I mean, you're representing yourself, so I can either set it for final pretrial and we can go that route, or you can talk to the APA side of the case, Mrs. Zell, and she would talk to you as a person who's representing himself. It's up to you, Mr. Copeland.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right, Mrs. Zell, would you be willing to meet with Mr. Copeland? Probably you'd have to join us and then I put you in a breakout room.
Yes, Your Honor, I'd be willing to do that.
All right. So I'm gonna indicate, well, I'll save that. I'll indicate that the defendant is representing himself. And the APA and D are meeting in a breakout room. All right, so Mr. Copeland, I'm gonna put you in room 2, and once the APA joins us, I will also put her in a room 2. Okay.
All right.
So you should get a prompt to go to room 2.
Okay.
Then Azelle, when you join us, Gabrielle, when you join us, we can put you in room 2. This happens once in a while. Once in a while. We have a pro per. Sure. And then Ms. Pinder, if you're here on Mr. Williams' case, that's been reset, and you can get that date from him. All right, ma'am?
We have a Charles when you have to go as well. Yeah, he's in the hallway. I don't,
He
he
said
said
that.
he was waiting for his.
All right, Mr. Copeland, we'll call your case. So we're on the record in docket 24-03397. And Mrs. L, you had the opportunity to speak with Mr. Copeland in a breakout room.
I did, Your Honor.
And what, if anything, came from that meeting?
Your Honor, I let the defendant know what he was charged with, as well as letting him know that there is no plea offer at this time. I did also let the defendant know that he will have the opportunity to put on evidence for himself, but that he should speak to an attorney before doing so to know all of his rights before we get to that point.
All right, and so are we just moving this to final pretrial at this time?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Copeland, do you have an understanding of that we're moving this to final pretrial at this time?
Yes, Your Honor, I understand.
All right. All right. So with that meeting having taken place, Mr. Copeland, you may want to talk to a lawyer concerning the trial or jury trial. You have the opportunity to represent yourself, but you might want to seek some counsel. But we'll set this for final pretrial. Yeah, maybe not. Maybe we wouldn't be using that February date, right?
I can go to February.
Yeah, let's go to February.
February 4th at 8:30.
We'll set it for February 4th at 8:30 for final pretrial. Mr. Copeland, that'll be live in person on the 6th floor of City Hall of Lansing. So that's a live final pretrial.
Okay.
And you should get notice sent to the Bardaville address. Is that still a good address for you, sir?
Yeah, Melon. Yeah.
All right. All right. So we'll see you on that February 4th date. Anything else for the record in 24-03397, Mrs. L?
Yes.
Not for the people.
All right. Mr. Copeland, do you have any
Yes.
questions of me?
Yes, I was just going to say, with this matter, I know I couldn't speak about it during arraignment because I was just being arraigned. But
You're
with
not.
this,
You shouldn't talk to me about the facts of the case because
Okay.
if it's a jury trial, I'll hear the facts. If it's a bench trial, I'll actually judge the facts. So you shouldn't. You should probably save anything you have concerning this matter for your attorney or for the APA who just met with you.
okay, how do I request an attorney?
Let me give you a number. So they have you as declined, but if you call them and let them know that you've set for final pretrial, the Ingham County Public Defender's Office is at the number. Since you've been declined, you'll have to call back and they'll have to take a financial application from you. The number is 517-679-2979. That's 517-679-2979. They're also available online. That number's available online.
Okay.
All right. All right. So we'll see you on February 4th. If you contact the Public Defender's Office, you should do it sometime today or tomorrow just to give them time to assign somebody to the case.
Okay.
All right. That's all for the record in 24-03397. Mr. Copeland, thank you for your appearance today.
You're welcome.
Mr. Barron is back. And Mr. Lee, who would you like to go on?
We can put Charles Williams.
All right, Mr. Williams. All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-00327. And 24-03407. That is People of the State of Michigan versus Charles Williams. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mrs. L.
Gabrielle Lizelle, Assistant Prosecutor for the people.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Charles Williams.
And sir, you are Charles Williams Jr., is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial on both of these files. We can treat them separately or together. Mrs. L, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, it's my understanding that we will be leaving both of these files on for a final pretrial.
All right, is that a fair statement, Mr. Lee?
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
All right, and the date of final pretrial for both of these files?
January 21st at 8:30, please.
January 21st at 8:30. All right, Mr. Williams, you'll get notice from my court officer on both of these files, 24-00327 and 24-03407, to appear live in person on January 21st at 8:30. Anything else for the record in either of these files, Mrs. L?
Not for the people.
Mr. Lee?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Williams, as previously indicated, you should get notice, my court officer. Thank you for your appearance today. All right.
Still have one, so.
Did you want to call, did you want to, so Mr. Lee, do you have any more for today?
I have Mr. Lovas.
Rovaz is a 9:30.
Yeah, I have not seen.
All right. Let's go ahead and call, and then maybe we'll call some of the, because we can call Mr. Huffman too, because he was a proper. So Megan, if you call Mr. Lovas in the hallway. We haven't seen. Right, so we're on the record in docket. Mr. Marin. 2400869. That is the people of the state of Michigan versus Anthony Lovas. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Miss Ezell.
Gabrielle Ezel, Assistant Prosecutor for the people.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Anthony Leonard Lovas.
Right, this was set for. Okay. This was set for 9:30. It is now 10:56. Based on the representations of counsel, Mr. Lovas has not been present, has failed to appear today. I do not see Mr. Lovas in the Zoom courtroom. His name has been called in the hallway, and therefore the defendant has failed to appear at the pretrial today. Mr. Lee, have you had any contact with Mr. Lovas?
I have not, Your Honor. My last understanding was that he was incarcerated. I attempted to call him upon recognition of the fact that he was released, but I did not have a good number for him.
I have two previous fail to appears in this matter. Ms. Ezell, how did you want to proceed?
Your Honor, we would request a bench warrant at this time.
Okay. Generally, this is a animal control ticket, but there's two prior fail to appears. So I'll issue a bench warrant and a bond forfeiture immediately. And then, Mr. Lee, if you hear that he's incarcerated, we'll arraign him at your request, okay?
Thank you.
So bench warrant bond forfeiture is issued, and that's mostly based on the prior failure to appear. Anything else for the record in 2400869, Mrs. L.
Not for the people.
Mr. Lee.
Nothing further, Your
All
Honor.
right, thank you for your appearance today.
Mr. Lee, there is a Kendra White out in the hall. Is it a Kendra White? Can you tell me if you guys represent her? It says she applied, but it doesn't seem, there's no appearance or anything.
How do you spell the last
BLYTHE.
Yeah.
Is that?
Yeah.
name? Kendra?
Yep. It's not showing anything on
And
JIS.
Brittany Pierce is here. Is that a Mr. Raleigh? Don't you like when I ask you questions while you're looking up something else?
Yeah, I do. That's polite.
Okay.
Right, that's no problem.
That is People of the State of Michigan versus Kendra Blight. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mrs. L.
Gabrielle Zell, Assistant Prosecutor for the People.
And ma'am, you are Kendra Blythe, is that correct? And we do not have you represented by counsel today. Did you make application to the Public Defender's Office?
I did.
All right, and did you receive any type of information from them that you were represented or not?
No.
All right.
Get a phone call or anything.
Mr. Raleigh, is Miss Blythe represented?
We'll
I
look that
don't
up,
have
Judge.
any record of her in our system.
Oh, that's right. Mr. Lee's looked up from the Public Defender's Office. We don't have any record of you. Would you like to be represented by the Public Defender's Office? All right. So that is good cause to adjourn. Both Mr. Lee and Mr. Raleigh are from the Public Defender's Office, but I would think with you're probably going to have to make application. So you're probably going to have to contact the Public Defender's Office and make application, and that's good cause to adjourn. This is a 90-day misdemeanor, so you should have representation if you choose to have representation. We'll adjourn this pretrial. D is unrepresented at this time. And do you have a number for the PD Public Defender's Office? You can get that from my court officer, okay? And she'll write that down. She'll write that number down for you if you choose to call. I'm not sure, Mr. Lee. I don't know, but I don't know if they can have time to meet with you right now.
I think I could.
All right. All right. So to meet with PD office here. And we'll reset and you'll get notice of the reset from my court officer. I'll give you notice.
You want me to go on?
Yeah.
How about February 4th at 9?
So we'll do February 4th at 9. And that'll give you some time to apply for the Public Defender's Office, and then for them to assign it if need be. That's an extra week, okay? Anything else for the record in 24-03352, Ms. Azell?
Not for the People.
All right, Ms. Blythe, you can meet with Mr. Lee and he'll take your application, and then you'll get actual notice from my court officer.
Okay.
Mrs. Zell, who did you want to call?
Davis, Marcus Davis.
Your Honor, we're ready on Marcus Davis.
Okay, Marcus Davis. All right, so we're on the record in docket 21-03302. That is People of the State of Michigan versus Marcus Davis. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Wilson. I just called you Miss Wilson.
It's okay.
Those habits die hard. This is L.
Gabrielle Zell, Assistant Prosecutor for the People.
Mr. Raleigh.
Jacob Raleigh on behalf of Mr. Davis.
And sir, you are Marcus Davis, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. This is a time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mrs. L, how we proceed?
Your Honor, it's my understanding that we will be leaving this on for a final pretrial.
And is that a fair statement, Mr. Raleigh?
Yes, Your Honor.
It will leave on for final pretrial. That'll be live on the 6th floor of City Hall of Lansing. So just like we are now, Mr. Davis, and we'll leave on for final pretrial on
January 21st at 8:30.
January 21st at 8:30. You'll get notice from my court officer that January 21st at 8:30. Anything else for the record in 21-03302, Mrs. L?
Not for the People.
Mr. Raleigh,
No, Your Honor.
you should be all set, Mr. Davis. Thank you for your.
Thank you.
I just was here.
Your Honor, it looks like we're ready for Hernandez Huerta.
Horta Hernandez Horta.
Is a translator here? There's supposed to be a translator.
Do we have an interpreter?
I have a need, I have in the file, it indicates a need for Spanish interpreter. And, but it wasn't, I don't have it marked. I don't have it stamped. I have the note from arraignment. Yeah. I have it 3 times in the file. On November 25th, D needs Spanish interpreter. On December 13th, Spanish interpreter needed. And on December 20th, needs Spanish interpreter.
I'm looking back to the emails to see if one was sent that clerks would have done this since it was that arraignment.
2 at arraignment by the magistrate, and then 1 whoever PEZ is.
December 20th.
So we did request it.
Let me go check with Bonnie.
All right, so let's hold off on that because is Mr. Hernandez Horta here?
He is here.
All right,
It was definitely more than 5 page.
right. So we did order a Spanish interpreter. We just don't have one, right? Which is not unusual. So stand by and we'll find out. Anything else, Mrs. L? Did you need to speak to Mr. Marin again?
I would need to speak to him, yes, Your Honor.
All right. I have Marin. Let's see if any others. We have Brittany Pierce too. Is that one of your
This
clients?
is one of mine. We can talk about that.
Okay.
All right. So let me know and I'll put you in a room with Marin and you can talk to Azell, Mrs. Azell about Pierce.
We can talk now.
Yeah.
Okay, so-
Pierce. So, Mr. Raleigh, you're meeting with Mr. Marin again, is that correct?
Yes, please. I also do need to speak with Ms. Pierce.
Pierce, okay. So let's
So-
put you in, Mr. Marin, we're gonna put you in room 1. And then we'll put
Okay.
Mr. Raleigh in room 1, and then let us know and we'll put you in with Miss Pierce.
Thank you.
right now.
Ms. Pierce, you're going to get a prompt to go to room 3, and I'll put your public defender into room 3. And she just disappeared. Everybody did.
03532, right?
No, this one is 03550.
All right, so let's call Mr. Marin and then Ms. Pierce.
Oh, okay.
But you might, do you need to speak with the APA?
No, I do want to know, I have Ms. Knox here. She's been waiting. If we could take care of.
Absolutely. All right, Ms. Knox, we'll call your case. So we're on the record in docket 2403380. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Leland Knox. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Zell.
Gabrielle Zell, Assistant Prosecutor for the people.
Mr. Raleigh.
Jacob Riley on behalf of Ms. Knox.
And ma'am, you are Leland Knox, is that correct?
Yeah, sure.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mrs. Zell, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, it's my understanding that the dog in question here is under the ownership of the defendant's brother and not under the ownership of the defendant herself. And therefore, she is in compliance with the licensing law.
All right. And is that a fair statement, Mr. Raleigh?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And this involves the dog Blessings. Is it Blessings?
Blessing.
All right. And so that is under the owner of your brother. So any unlicensed dog or any problem would go towards your brother. You are no longer in possession or ownership of that dog.
I don't.
All right. All right. So for compliance issues, I'll dismiss without prejudice. For compliance. And D is indicated on the record that she is not in possession or ownership of the dog. This is a ticket, so we don't need a nollie pros. Anything else for the record in 2403380, Ms. Zell?
Not for the people.
Mr. Raleigh.
No, Your Honor.
All right, you should be all set, Mr. Ms. Knox. Thank you for your appearance today. All want to go on Marin or Pierce?
I think we're ready on Marin.
All right. All right, Mr. Marin, we'll call your case. You can unmute.
Okay.
So we're on the record in docket 2402812 and the accompanying ticket of 240132121. That is the city of Lansing versus Jose Marin. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mrs. Zell.
Gabrielle Zell, Assistant Prosecutor for the people.
Mr. Raleigh.
I'm Jacob Riley on behalf of Mr. Marin.
And sir, you are Jose Marin, is that correct?
That is correct.
And you can hear me all right, Mr. Marin?
Yes, I can.
Thank you. This is the time set for I have a plea and explanation, but that could be, Mrs. Zell, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, it's my understanding today that the defendant would like to take the plea offer that has been given to them or offered to him, which is a plea to the lesser included charge of permitting another person to drive while suspended under MLC 25733.
So that's an amended count. Is this all on a ticket or information?
I believe this is on a ticket.
Ticket. Okay, so we'll amend. That would be, and the first one's a civil infraction, so we'd amend count 2. To the permitting a driving while license suspended. And that's under 257.33. That is a 90-day and or what's the ultimate penalty for that?
I'm sorry, give me 1 second.
Yeah, no worries. I think the sanctions are only different. I think the penalty might be pretty close.
I'm not sure. I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time finding it. Oh, I'm sorry, I gave you the wrong code number. It's MCL 257.904.
904. That's for the driving while license suspended. What's the code number for the permitting?
247-9047.
All right, 247-9047. And what's the ultimate penalty on that? Should be almost the same.
As far as I can tell, it's a 93-day 500, but I can't tell you that with certainty without recrossing something that's SOS and I'm trying to remember how to read.
Can we have a
Doesn't give
moment?
the penalty.
Sure.
I think we need to just clear it.
Yeah, I think I thought the penalty was very similar. I thought it was all the sanction things were much
Yeah.
different.
I agree.
All right.
9047 is 13.
All right, so Mr. Mayor, stand by and the council's talking to the assistant prosecutor.
Okay.
Back on the record in docket 24022812. We're just negotiations. We're continuing to clarify the plea agreement. Mrs. L, what's your understanding of the plea agreement?
Your Honor, it's my understanding that we have offered the defendant the ability to plead to the allowing under MCL 257-904 subsection 2. That is a 93-day misdemeanor with a $500 fine. We are asking the court, however, if there's anything in their power to keep this from the Secretary of State, we would appreciate that.
That's automatically abstracted, okay? But I do know the sanctions are different for the permitting versus the driving while license suspended. So I'm not sure it's abstracted in the same way.
I think
it's a 0-point offense.
so. The traffic violation guide that I looked to for reference seems to say that it is 0 points with no abstraction.
Yeah,
So
I think that's the same information we have.
That's what JIS
Yeah.
is. I can't promise how accurate it
Right.
is, but that's my.
So that's my understanding. That there would not be an abstraction concerning, I know that this is not the first time we've taken the driver, the permitting a driving while license suspended permission because we take a factual basis on it. But so that I can guarantee that's my understanding. What happens, I'm not sure what happens with the Secretary of State. It's its own administrative agency. But those are the different license sanctions. In regards to the count one civil infraction, how are we proceeding? Because we also have a disobeyed traffic signal.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I was not aware of that one at this time. I believe that would just be included in the plea as a plea to.
All right, so that's a plea, because it's still a misdemeanor, so the civil infraction would be dismissed. All right, and Mr. Raleigh, is that your understanding that they'll plead to the amended count two of permitting an individual to drive with driving while license suspended, that ultimate penalty being 93 days under $500? And it's my understanding, as we placed on the record, that is a 0-point offense, and there will not be an abstraction, or the Secretary of State will not be asked to abstract the penalty in regards to this offense. Is that your understanding, sir?
That is my understanding.
So that's under 257.9042. Does Mr. Marin, you can unmute? Do you have video so I can see you raise your hand? Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
All right. All right. May I inquire of your client of his advice of misdemeanor rights concerning this plea of Mr. Raleigh?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Marin, you are pleading guilty to permitting a person to drive while license suspended under 257.9042. It's a 93-day misdemeanor and or $500. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, I do.
All right. You have the following misdemeanor jury trial rights, and I'll indicate that for the record. You have the right to be tried by a jury, to be presumed innocent until proven guilty, to have the prosecutor prove beyond reasonable doubt that you are guilty, to have witnesses against you appear at trial, to question any witnesses that are brought against you. You are represented today by attorney Jacob Raleigh, and he would be present to cross-examine any witnesses or contest any charges brought against you by the people of the state of Michigan. You have the right to have the court order any witnesses appear in your defense, to remain silent during the trial, not to have that silence used against you, and to testify at trial if you choose to testify. If your plea is accepted, you'll give up the claim the plea was a result of any promises other than what's stated on the record or threats that it was not your choice to plead guilty. You'd also be giving up the right to appeal anything from trial. Since you won't be having a trial, you'll be pleading guilty to the misdemeanor permitting a person to drive while license suspended. Is it your wish today to plead to the amended count of permitting a person to drive while license suspended?
Yes, I do.
Okay. You've got your hand raised. You solemnly swear affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury.
Yes, I do.
All right. You can put your hand down, sir. I'm going to bring you back to the attention of September 17th, 2024, at the offense location of Capitol and Genesee in the city of Lansing, Ingham County. Did you allow a person who was suspended to operate a motor vehicle that was open to the general public upon Capitol and Genesee in the city of Lansing?
Yes, I did.
All right. Anything towards a factual basis, Ms. Zell?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Raleigh?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, I find the factual basis to be knowing, voluntarily, and accurately made in regard to the permitting a person driving while license suspended. In the past, it was usually I permitted my spouse to drive, and I knew it, and that might be the same. But is there any objection to immediate sentencing from the people?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Raleigh, are you requesting immediate sentencing today?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So I will set. So for the offense of permitting a person to drive while license suspended, which is a 0-point offense, and my understanding is not abstracted. I'm gonna set fines at $100, cost at $100, crime victims' rights fee of $75, state fee of $50, for a grand total of $325. I'm ordering no jail time for the driving while license suspended. And does your client need some time to make that $325 payment to the city of Lansing?
Yes, Your Honor, he would need some time.
Mr. Marin, about how long do you need to make that payment to the city of Lansing? What time frame are we looking at?
About a month.
All right, well, we'll do 60 days just to build in some time. So I'll take $325 to the city of Lansing,
March 10th.
and we'll set it for March 10th.
Okay.
So it'll be set for March 10th, 2025. That can be paid online, in person, or by phone. If you don't pay by March 10th, but since we set it out, you can set up your own payment plan. But if you don't pay the entire amount by March 10th, they'll put you in a show cause cycle, and you'll get a warrant issued for your arrest, and you want to stay out of that. Do you understand that, Mr. Marin?
Yes, I do.
All right. So we've set it for March 10th at $325 to the city of Lansing. Anything else for the record in 2402-812, Mrs. L?
Not for the people.
Mr. Raleigh?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Marin, you're all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You too. All right, and then we have Miss. Did you want to talk with? You said you'd already talked to Miss Pierce by phone.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Miss Pierce, we'll call your case. So we're on the record in docket 2402-566, 2402-568, 2402-569, and 2402-565. As people of the state of Michigan versus Brittany Pierce. Appearances for the record, Mrs. L.
Gabrielle Zell, Assistant Prosecutor for the people.
Mr. Raleigh.
Jacob Raleigh on behalf of Ms. Pierce.
All right, this is the time set for a plea and pretrial, but plea on one of the files. And ma'am, you are Brittany Ann Pierce, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, and you can hear me all right, Ms. Pierce?
Yes.
All right, Mrs. L, how are we proceeding today?
Your Honor, it's my understanding that there is some concern about the restitution that has been offered as part of the plea deal. Currently, there is some concern that part of the restitution has already been paid by an insurance company. So at this time, we are asking that this be either set for a final pretrial or adjourned so that the people can find the correct amount of restitution.
All right, let's set for final pretrial, and then on all the files, and then you can, if the victim needs to be subpoenaed and present, just to clear up the restitution in the matter, we can do that. So we'll set for final pretrial. Yeah, I think that February date, yeah, that's a good date.
February, what was that, 8:30?
So for pretrial. All right, we've set for final pretrial. That's live in person on the 6th floor of City Hall of Lansing, and we've set it for February 4th. What time?
8:30.
8:30. So we've set it for February 4th at 8:30. Ms. Pierce will get notification sent to her last known address on Linville Street. Ma'am, is that still a good address for you on Linville Street?
Yes, it is.
All right. We'll set it for February 4th. On all the files. That'll be live in person. And I think then we can probably clear up the restitution issue. if any. February 4th. Anything else for the record on any of these dockets, 24, 66, 68, 69, or 65? Ms. Izell,
Not for the people.
Mr. Raleigh.
No, Your Honor.
All right, we've set it for final pretrial on February 4th at 8:30. And Ms. Pierce, thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you.
So I have, do you want to just call the fail to appears?
Sure.
I don't know. Are you on Brock, Ms. Raleigh?
No.
Antitord or Dongo? Okay, so there's Mr. Dong. So we'll call the others while you meet with him.
Thank you. So here.
All right, and let's go on.
Just no shows, fail to appear.
Yeah. Is Swain a fail to appear then? So we're on the record in docket 24-03282. That is People of the State of Michigan versus Candace Swain. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Candace.
Mrs. L.
Gabrielle Izell, Assistant Prosecutor for the people.
I was just so happy that somebody was standing in. I went right to Mr. Lee. This is the time set for final pretrial on Ms. Swain. It was scheduled for 8:30. It is now 11:43. And it would appear that Ms. Swain has failed to appear. I do not see Ms. Swain in the Zoom courtroom. Nobody has come in from the hallway. We've called several people's names in the hallway. And I would assume that the public defender's office has had no contact with Ms. Swain. Although, Mr. Lee, this is not your case. Is that correct?
Yes, I'm not aware of any.
All right. All right. It would appear that the defendant has failed to appear for the final pretrial. Mrs. Zell, how would you like to proceed? This is an assaultive crime.
Yes, Your Honor. We would ask that a bench warrant be issued on this case.
All right. This was set for the second time set for final pretrial, and notice was given at that final pretrial. And there was no objection to witnesses at that, not calling witnesses. So this was kind of to see, it would appear that the defendants failed to appear, and the court will issue a bench warrant and bond forfeiture. So that's all for the record on file 24-03282. Then
He was formally denied a CAA.
Adderwood Rock. So he was formally denied. All right. So how about Mr. And then we're talking to Mr. Dongo. So we really just needed you on one case, Mr. Lee. It's not bad. Because we'll do Huffman and Brock and they're not represented.
Okay.
Yeah. So
I
So,
know, I got carried away.
we're on the record in 24-02695. That is People of the State of Michigan versus Dustin Huffman. Will the parties please introduce themselves to the record? Mrs. Zell.
Gabrielle Izell, Assistant Prosecutor for the people.
Right, this was scheduled for 9 o'clock. It is now 11:45. And the defendant has failed to appear. There's nobody in the Zoom courtroom. We've called in the hallway for several names. Nobody in the hallway. We're about 2 hours and 45 minutes past the date of the scheduled hearing. This is a dog license, and I don't have a failed to appear. Mrs. Zell, how would you like to proceed?
Your Honor, at this time, we would ask that the pretrial just be reset to give the defendant an opportunity to arrive.
All right. So I'm gonna indicate the defendant was failed to appear, bench warrant and bond forfeit. I'm sorry. The defendant did fail to appear, but we will do a courtesy reset. since it is an unlicensed dog case. For what date?
January 21st at 9 o'clock.
January 21st at 9 o'clock. Right, that's all for the record in 24-02-695. And Mr. Huffman will receive notice at the last known address on Large Street. That's all for the record on that file. And then on Mr. Brock, we're on the record in dockets 24-03-456 and 24-03-455. Appearances for the record of Mrs. L.
Gabrielle Lassalle, Assistant Prosecutor for the People.
This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mr. Brock was denied counsel previously by the Public Defender's Office. And so this was previously scheduled for 10:30. It is now 11:47. And it would appear, I do not see Mr. Brock in the Zoom courtroom. Nobody answered that name in the physical courtroom or the hallway. It would appear that the defendant has failed to appear for the pretrial today. And he's denied counsel. How would you like to proceed?
Your Honor, the people would ask that this just be reset for a pretrial at a future date.
Right, so defendant has failed to appear. We'll do a courtesy reset. These are both the one dog bite, one dog at large ticket. And we'll reset for
January 21st at 9.
and a notice will be sent for that January 21st date to the last known address, which is the Maryland Avenue address. Anything else for the record in 24-03-455 or 456, Mrs. L?
Nothing for the people.
All right, you should be all set on those two.
Hold on.
Jump, da, 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 jump, da, 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 da. Think my stomach hurts. I'm gonna go poop again. I'll go poop last time. Hold on.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-01480. That's people of the state of Michigan versus Alfredo Rodriguez. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Azell.
Gabrielle Ezel, Assistant Prosecutor for the people.
Mr. Goodrich.
Attorney Luke Goodrich from the Public Defender's Office, here to represent Mr. Rodriguez, who's standing to my right.
And sir, you are Alfredo Rodriguez, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. This is the time is set for a sentencing today. Ms. Azell, do we have any restitution in this matter? I don't have any restitution on this case.
No, Your Honor, there is no restitution involved.
All right. Right, Mr. Goodrich, do you have the opportunity to go through the pre-sentence report with your client?
Yes, I have.
Any additions, deletions, or corrections?
The one thing I at least want to bring the court's attention to is under conditions, it does not have the box checked for allow medical marijuana, currently valid card presented. Mr. Rodriguez does have a valid medical marijuana license, and he does have it with him if the court would need to see that.
All right. I will make that as a part of the judgment of sentence. As long as the probation agent gets a view of the car, there shouldn't be any problem.
No other changes.
All right. Any allocution, Mr. Goodrich?
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, Mr. Rodriguez is 57 years old. He's never been convicted of any type of domestic assault in the past. He does have a history of alcohol issues that led to some drunk driving offenses in his younger days. I don't believe he's had any in 15 years, but he did relapse into alcohol, which led into this event. And I think that was quite clear based on the statement made by the victim in this case. Since this time, he has started going back to AA meetings on a weekly basis and has been working hard on getting away from alcohol once and for all. He has been on bond for 8 months at this point. There has not been one alleged violation. There have not been any allegations of no contact violations. The court even lifted the no contact order. He had been doing so well, I think about a month ago at this time, Your Honor. And when I say that, as an attorney, sometimes you get a hint that, well, maybe the person has an idea, but he never had any idea if she was going to show up, just completely clueless. So I believe he followed that to a T. Considering he also has a new job that he's lining up, doing some cleaning of offices over in the Grand Ledge area. He's hoping to get started on that this evening. Your Honor, overall, like I said, I see that they're recommending 12 months of probation. Considering this is a type of offense where there is no shortening probation based on it being assaultive in nature, I would ask the court to maybe consider a shorter term of probation, something more in the 6-month variety, due to his lack of record, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Zell, would you like to be heard on the case?
No, Your Honor, we'll leave it to the discretion of the court.
All right, Mr. Rodriguez, would you like to say anything to the court before the court passes sentence?
Yes, I have no excuses for anything that I do in my life because that was a choice that I made. And I was going through a 2-week relapse because of my sister had passed of COVID. And I'm just manning up to the court system.
All right, thank you, sir. Well, this is for, I would agree with counsel that this is a first-time domestic violence case, and the underlying issue here seems to be any type of relapse situation that's already been addressed by Mr. Rodriguez in the pre-sentence and with the probation agent. So the passive sentence is for domestic violence, which occurred, the date of plea was October 28, 2024. It is further ordered that the defendant spend 93 days in jail, credits given for 1 day previously served, and I'll suspend the 92 days upon successful completion of probation. I am of the opinion, Mr. Rodriguez, that this case has been open for some time. So, and you've always presented to the court. So I am going to reduce the amount of probation you're on to some degree. The fines and costs are fines $200, costs $200, crime victims' rights fee of $75, state minimum cost fee of $50, and probation. I'm going to indicate probation is for 8 months. We're down from 12 months, which would be $240. That's 8 times 3 is 240. $240 for a grand. I'll give you a grand total of that. So that's 525 plus 240. I do that right. 525 plus 240. I have 765. 240 plus 400 plus 125. That can be 765, and that can be over the 8-month probation. Probation can be via Zoom. 769 4A is granted, which is really the optimum that you want. This would not be abstracted for purposes of law enforcement. No assault of threatening behavior. No use of possession of alcohol, marijuana, or controlled substance. I will allow medical marijuana in this case with a proper showing to the probation agent. Submit to random PBTs and your analysis as directed, and no bars or nightclubs. Mr. Rodriguez, you're not a kid, and I'm not going to treat you like a kid. All right. You know, and I know that we turn into different people. Anybody turns into a different person when they're going through the throes of alcohol, and it's a vigilant. It requires daily existence, okay? It never goes away. It just doesn't. You know that, and I know that. Whatever you've been doing thus far up until the relapse was you were doing it right, okay? You seem to have some problems, and then the assault and battery comes up once you're drinking again, and that's a problem, okay? And so this is a learning point. This is to learn. I mean, you're 57. You're essentially my age, so hopefully we have 40 or 50 more years left. I don't know, but we can do it in a good way, not a bad way, and we learn from this, and that's the whole key. Complete the following rehabilitative services, pay fees, and provide completion to the court. So domestic abuse is ordered. That program, a 10-12 step program with written verification 1 time a week. That 12-step program is really, it's for you because it's good for you, but it's really good for everybody else to hear that this can happen to anyone. Okay, this can happen to any walk of life at any time, and it requires vigilance. Even when you think you're not the person, you might be the person. That's just the way it is. Okay, we didn't make the rules. We don't pick the rules. They just exist, and so I think that's good for people to hear. Not possess firearms, ammunition, or weapons of any kind over the 8-month probationary period. Mr. Rodriguez, do you have any questions of me? I think, if I remember correctly, Joe Sumter wrote the report. He will probably be the probation officer, I would assume. So if you want to stop by, make sure that via Zoom, you've got everything all set up. And then I would expect that I don't get to see you, Mr. Rodriguez, because if you do, that becomes a problem, right? So anywhere but here is good with me.
Right.
Anything else for the record in docket 24-01480, Mr. Goodrich?
No, Your Honor.
Miss Azell, anything else?
Nothing from the people, Your Honor.
Do you have any questions of me, Mr. Rodriguez?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right.
Give me a sec.
All right. You're all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you.
Is the version you like?
Do you want? Right one to all right, Mr. Zell, where did you want to proceed to? That was Mr. Rodriguez, right?
Yes, Your Honor, it was.
Mr. Staples is up here.
Oh, okay, Mr. Staples, you're here just on the city case, right?
Correct.
All right, let's go on that case. But so while we have you up here, that's Miss that was a delayed sentence. And thank you for just rescheduling our schedule. I mean, on some level, because this helps us out. So we're on the record in docket 20 in record 1 on docket 1802282. That is people of the city of Lansing versus Ashley Leah. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples on behalf of the city of Lansing.
And ma'am, you are Ashley Marie Leah, is that correct? All right, thank you. This is the time set for, I believe this is a sentencing or delayed sentence.
Sentencing, I believe.
Delayed.
It's a delayed
All right.
sentence.
I have a delayed sentence to November of 19th at 8:30. And then it's failed to appear. And then we arraigned it on the 24th. And then we're now set for sentencing. So Mr. Staples, has Miss Leah, I think this is delayed sentencing, but this used to be done because I wasn't present. It was, we used to delay the sentencing in order to see if any restitution was made in regards to the income tax counts.
So, Your Honor, given the age of this case, the amount of documentation I have is somewhat minimal. I do believe no payments have been made to the court. and that there is a balance outstanding of, I think it was, I have to check, $1,230.58. I will say the original base tax back from 2018 was $1,177 without fines or without penalty and interest. So I would imagine that that amount plus court costs is how we got. So fines
12.
and interest have already been waived.
Okay, to the 1230 amount.
Yeah, correct, because that'd be about the $50 of. So given no payments have been made, I think it would be appropriate at this point to just move forward with a sentence in that amount.
All right. That's a fair statement. We kind of lost track of you for a while. You failed to appear in 2019, and then we're here for sentencing date after arraignment from the guilty plea to one of the counts, which was a misdemeanor count, I believe. What was the original amount? Originally the section 99B. What was it? 90 days and or $500 fine. Okay, I've got it. $500 fine. Ms. Leah, is there anything you'd like to say to the court before the court passes sentence or allocution on your behalf? This is delayed sentence and
I was unaware that I had court on the back in 2019 is when they said I had court. Because I've been pulled over a few times and no one's ever arrested me. So then when I got pulled over this last time, she said I had a warrant outside of Lansing. And then that's when she was like, I'll see if they want you because it's just city taxes. And then she said they did want me because I've been pulled over a few times before that.
Did you ever wonder what happened to the guilty plea and the not being sentenced on that guilty plea?
It was paid off. So because I never received any documentation or another court. So I was unaware that I had court for.
But it was delayed a sentence until November 14th, 2019. That's on Judge Alderson's notes.
Yeah, because I came to court the last time. I remember coming here, I spoke with a prosecutor, and then we made a payment arrangement, which I paid. And I can't remember what I paid, and then I didn't know that I had an court date. So when I went in front of the judge the second time, or the last time, she said that it was failed.
You say she, are you talking, who are you talking about? Are you talking about 2024, 2019?
24, because that's the last
that
time.
you were arraigned on your fail to appear.
Right, because I was unaware, which I explained to the last judge that I had court in 2019. She said that because I didn't continue my payments, that if it wasn't paid off, my payment plan wasn't continued and wasn't paid in that year, then I had court, which I was unaware of what I explained to her.
All right. But you know, a lot of this isn't making sense to me.
Okay.
No, I have a delayed a sentence, and then I have a fail to appear. Now, I could see that you failed to appear because you didn't know about it.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
But then you were arraigned 5 years later for your fail to appear. So I have that the delayed sentence, you were never sentenced on anything having to do with your plea to count 8, which is a misdemeanor. I mean, that 90-day under $500 fine is no different than any other misdemeanor.
Okay.
Did you ever wonder what happened to that?
No, I didn't know what was I didn't know that anything was going on because I never received any documentation or anything. I just remember coming to court and I remember setting up payment arrangement because I spoke with a prosecutor or an attorney and we met in like one of the rooms and we set up something. And then after that, I never knew that I had anything else.
Well, obviously the delayed sentence hasn't worked.
Correct.
Yeah, so I'm going to sentence you today, okay, on the November 13th, 2018 guilty plea to count 8, and you dismiss counts 1 through 7. So I'm gonna waive any jail time. You won't go to jail today, so no jail. I'm gonna waive fines and costs. In this matter. I'm gonna waive the crime victims' rights fee and the state fee. And I don't even know if they were in existence in 2018 or if they were the same amount, but I don't know. But we still have an outstanding balance of $1,230.58.
Right.
And that'll be a collections issue for the city of Lansing. All right. So I'm going to refer to collections. I'm going to refer to collections the $1,230.58 are referred to collections as a part of this. You should probably go to the collections and set up whatever you need in order to make that payment to them. Because if you don't, then you're just gonna get caught in the show cause cycle, which means that there'll be a warrant for you, and you talk about ruining your day. You'll be out doing something fun, and then you're gonna go to jail.
Right.
So that's what you want to avoid, okay? This is a 2018 case, but you still are responsible for the $1,230 debt and 58 cents. And that's what you're gonna sentence you on. So go to collections. You can probably go today, I'm not sure, but they'll have the file and we'll clean this case up. All right, ma'am? All right, so that's the sense on as to count 8 is just to refer to collections for $1,230.58. There's no jail, waive all fines and costs and crime victims' rights and state's fee. And then I'll also place on here that we're not placing you under probation, but you have to set up your referral to collections. Anything else for the record on 1802282, Mr. Staples?
Nothing for the city, Your Honor.
All right, Miss Leah, good luck to you.
Thank you.
Go to collections and get this all cleared up, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Staples.
Welcome, Your Honor. Have a great day.
You too. Yeah, we want to squeeze it because let's just get them in and out while we can. That was a 2018 case. Yeah.
And I know what happened. There was a training miscommunication to
Yeah.
statute, ordinance to ordinance. And then I was like, maybe she shows up. And I emailed him and he said he'd be available.
Good.
She was able to come up real quick.
All right, Mrs. L, where did you want to go to next?
Great question, Your Honor.
Michael Ayers.
We are already on
Michael Ayers, and that's the sentencing today?
Yes.
All right. All right, so we're on the record in a docket 2403097. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Michael Brandon Ayers Ellis. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mrs. L.
Gabrielle Bell, Assistant Prosecutor for the People.
Mr. Raleigh.
Jacob Raleigh on behalf of Michael Ayers Ellis.
And sir, you are Michael Brandon Ayers Ellis, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a sentencing in the matter, and I don't have a pre-sentence. Mr. Raleigh, and you don't have a pre-sentence, right? We have a no-show report. All right. So this is what we're gonna do. This is what I do in every one of these cases, all right? You're gonna go with Megan Slaviak, my court officer, down, and they're gonna check you into jail, all right? Now, stop, okay? Now, when probation is down to take a pre-sentence report, after the pre-sentence is done, we will address bond, okay? It's an attempt RNO, it's a 1 year. But right now, as of today's date, I have nothing to sentence you on because I don't have a pre-sentence report.
Can I say something, sir?
You can once I'm done talking, okay? Now, you failed to appear on December 27th for your scheduled pre-sentence. You'd been in Clinton County Jail, all right? You were let out of Clinton County Jail. You were able to get out. So it was verified that you were able to have contact, at least contact, with the probation department.
I did, Your Honor.
Failed to appear on December 27th. Defendant called this officer back various reasons as to failure to appear. It should also be noted, defendant kept talking over the officer, continuously demanding to speak to a supervisor instead of listening to this officer's instructions. There was some problem, okay? But really, you just want to get the pre-sentence report done, right?
When I got out of Clinton County, first of all, when I got out of Ingham, I got transferred to Clinton County.
Okay.
This was after I seen him, sir. He told me that the pre-sentence people were gonna come see me. They got me out of there within, I don't know, a couple hours. I've been in Clinton County. When I got out, I knew I'm supposed to see the pre-sentence investigation people. So I called them while I was at work. No, actually I called them twice. I called them and let them know that I'm out, and they told me that I had a court date on the 2nd, switched it to the 7th, I told them, okay, I'm trying to avoid trouble. This is an actual conversation. Called, and they told me that just come to court. Because I knew we had to have the precinct's investigation for my plea. Okay, and they just not too long ago called me when I was at work.
When you say not too long ago, what do you mean?
This was what? Last week, like a week and a half ago.
So you've had a week and a half to come in and get at least something to be done.
The actual people called me. The pre-sentence investigation lady called me.
Yeah, the probation department.
Yeah, she called me and she said that that I had a warrant. And I'm like, look, I had to explain to her that I called when I got out of Clinton County. I called to try to see what am I supposed to do. And they told me to go to court. So I explained that to her. She said it was a warrant. She went up and talked to her supervisor. And when she said she'd call me back and the warrant was lifted. She told me just come to court, but she said it wasn't enough time to do
the recommendation today is remand for pre-sentence interview to be completed. That's that's what they're recommending. Because from when did you plead on this?
18th, I believe.
It was in November, I believe.
Was it November? So I mean,
like I'm doing good. I'm working. I have a job and everything.
Yeah, but it's November 4th. Don't you wonder? I mean,
they told me to just come to court, Your Honor.
They said in November just to come to court.
When I got out of Clinton County.
What date did you get out of Clinton County?
I got out on December 18th. When I got out of Clinton County.
So you've almost had a month.
I didn't know where I'm supposed to go. I called this district court and asked them about the PSI. They told me to just come to court because I knew I had to do paperwork. I'm thinking when I come in, I got to fill out a packet or something.
So I have denied motion to you. So you reduce bond. What is your bond set at now? 2010%?
I bonded out of Ingham County and got shipped to Clinton County.
So you're on PR bond?
No, I paid cash.
You paid cash. Yeah. All right. All right. So once probation comes down to see to you, you're out. But probation's got to get a pre-sentence report. And I can't rely on you going another week or 2 or 3 and coming in and talk to them because this hasn't worked. I mean, you've had no pre-sentence report since November 4th. I mean, it's almost 2 months.
Can I see them now? Like, can I just go?
When they come down, you can see them right away and you're all done. And you've made bond, you're out. But I need a report to sentence you and I have nothing right now. I have nothing. And so this has to be a priority.
It is, sir.
You're going to jail because it hasn't been.
I didn't know who I was supposed to talk to, Your Honor. Like
anybody at probation.
They didn't come see me. When I'm in England.
But if you're the one doing the time, shouldn't you be the one saying like in the so you say a week ago, they said, we'll just show up for court.
It was a little, I promise you, that's what they said. If you can get a hold of them, they'll tell you I called. I'm pretty sure.
I'm sure, but this no-show report was done after December 30th.
So I've been trying to take care of everything I need to take care of. I just got out of jail and I'm not trying to mess up. I still got my job.
Well, let's make sure that we have a report done, all right?
Yes, sir.
So I'm going to remand for the report. Remand for the pre-sentence report. And once the report is finished, you're out. Okay, but this makes sure that the report's done. If not, then we're all waiting for them to contact you, be in touch with you, so we can reset it for sentencing. I can reset it for sentencing right now because I know that you won't be out unless they do a report.
Your Honor, I will take care of it. Like I was supposed to be at work today.
I understand.
This was completely out of my hands. I tried everything I could. I contacted them.
I don't believe you're being completely genuine with me when you say it was completely out of your hands.
Well, I probably could have came down here. I just don't know where.
Well, we're going to take care of that for you. All right, we're going to take care of that for you. Sentencing date of. So we'll have a new sentencing date. It doesn't have to be since it doesn't have to be an assessment done or anything along those lines for drunk driving, but I do need a report. It's still got to be referred to as a report. So we'll have a new sentencing date of.
So I'm not like, do I have a bond? I don't understand what's happening.
Once you're done with the pre-sentence report, you've already paid your bond. You're done. I'm only remanding you for the pre-sentence report. Okay. Yep. Just to get that done. If it's done this afternoon, you're out this afternoon.
I'll take care of it.
Yeah. Well, you keep saying that, but it hasn't been taken care of. All right. So let's take care of it. Let's just get it done. All right. So sentencing date of
February
And this doesn't mean you're in till that. You're out as soon as you get the report done. So, but this will be a date for you to come back.
And what do I have to do to get the report done? Like, how do that work?
They'll be down to see you, okay? Yeah, well, either this afternoon or tomorrow morning, okay? But that, I don't know what their schedule is, so I don't want to talk for them. But they're gonna get that this was done. What the pre-sentence interview will be completed and a report would be done. Takes about an hour and a half to do the report. All right, but once you're verbally done, you should be all set. So you don't have to wait for the report to come here. Like, once you're done with the report, once you're done talking to them, you're done.
Your Honor, there's no like building I can go to just get this taken care of?
You're in the building itself, okay? But we're just making sure it's done before you leave the building.
I will not leave.
I know you say that, but I'm just gonna make sure of it. So sentencing date of?
February 18th at 1:30.
So it's February 18th at 1:30 is the date. You'll get notice from my court officer for that February 18th date. And then we'll let probation know you're waiting and they should go down and see you to take a pre-sentence report, all right?
What's the longest this can take?
I don't know. I don't have the answer to that question. All right, so we will let probation know that we have followed the recommendation. You'll be remanded for the pre-sentence report. You've already paid your bond. You can go with Ms. Slaviak, and I will see you on that February date. Thank you.
All right, can I contact my wife who just stepped out? She don't even know what's going on. She just walked up to the car.
Ms. Slaviak will take care of that for you if you don't get on, if you don't see your wife on the way down.
If you give me your number.
Thank you.
And then if you can email and let them know they're waiting.
Yep, I'm emailing them right this
I
second.
follow the recommendation.
I
on
was
that.
just making sure I got the words.
8-5.
Right. I
Yeah.
seem to have issues with that this week. Tight?
Yeah, I just wanted to turn my wrist inside. So like this.
Was she gonna come back upstairs?
She was gonna come back up, but I don't.
What's she wearing?
She has a black coat and like some gray, black and white leggings.
There's Mr. Lee's on Zoom too. Then Mr. Raleigh, did you need to see anybody on Zoom?
I don't believe so. My only
Okay.
other client I'm waiting for is Michaela Porter.
Okay,
I talked to her on the phone a few minutes ago. She said she's running late, but she's on her way.
okay, just let me know. All right, Mrs. L, did you want to go on, it's Izell, right, too? With an
Ezel.
Ezel, E.
Yeah, but Izel's not that bad. I've gotten worse.
Well, you probably got an Izel, and that's,
A lot.
yeah, so Ezel. All right, Mr. Lee, did you have anybody you wanted to go on?
Your Honor, I am here for the probation violations. So after
right.
they are arraigned or before, however you want to do it, I'll make sure that
All
they
right,
get a public
perfect.
defender.
We have Miss Porter is Mr. Raleigh's client. And that's the one we're waiting for. And then the rest, what is the bond show cause? That I think that's a restitution.
The bond show cause, that's just the bonding agent, the defendant's warranted. in
Oh, we
show
don't have,
causing the
okay.
bonding.
So the rest are just PV arraignments.
Yes.
All right, so you're waiting for Miss Porter the way everybody else is.
Yes.
On the Samsung, can you identify yourself, sir? You're in the car. You're with a gray hoodie sweatshirt. What's your name?
My name is Juan Del Toro.
Juan Del Toro?
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Del Toro, let's call your case and then we'll rename you. All right, Mr. Del Toro, you are here on a probation violation arraignment. So I'm going to indicate the nature of the allegations that have been made against you by the probation officer. So this is for docket 2402160. And sir, once again, you are Juan Del Toro, is that correct?
Correct.
All right. It is alleged by your probation agent that you committed the following non-technical probation, and that's why we've been set this for probation violation arraignment and the following hearing. It is alleged that by Nathaniel Neves that you violated your probation. Per AberHealth, the defendant tested positive for alcohol on November 26, 2024. Do you understand the nature of the allegation that is made against you by the people of the state of Michigan?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. I see previously you were represented by the Public Defender's Office on the underlying file. Mr. Lee is here, and you could make application to the Public Defender's Office to represent you on this actual probation violation file. Do you wish to do that, sir? I would recommend that you do.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, this is a violation. It's a violation of what started out as a felony. And so you should have somebody looking out for you and understanding the nature of it. So what we'll do is we'll set it for formal hearing. And then, Mr. Lee, did you want to take a financial application on this file on the probation violation? Your office previously represented Mr. Del Toro. But if you want to follow up, we can do that. I can place you in a breakout room with them.
That would be great.
All right. All right. So we'll set the formal hearing for the probation violation hearing for
January 21st at 1:30.
January 21st at 1:30 will be the time for hearing. Mr. Del Toro, you'll get notice sent to your last known address with the court, which would be the Clark Street address. Is that still a good address for you, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right. And then you can talk to Mr. Lee about representation, but that'll be live in person on the 6th floor of City Hall of Lansing on January 21st at 1:30. And that's where the people would have to prove, or the state would have to prove, that you violated your probation concerning testimony if we get there. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right. And then, Mr. Lee, Mr. Del Toro, did you want to talk with Mr. Lee from the Public Defender's Office?
Yes, if I could.
All right. So that should be all for the record in 2402160. And then I'm going to place Mr. Lee. You should get a prompt to go to room 1. And Mr. Del Toro, you'll also get a prompt to go to room 1.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And then let's do Mr. McKinney. We'll put Mr. McKinney, depending on, but we'll do Mr. McKinney next. All right, Mr. McKinney, we're going to hold your arraignment. So we're on the record in docket 2401699. That's people of the state of Michigan versus Jerry McKinney. And sir, you are Jerry McKinney, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you can hear me all right, Mr. McKinney?
Yes, sir.
All right, this is the time set. I'm going to indicate the probation violation that's been indicated. Jody Bayless on December 13th requested a probation violation for these technical probation violations. On violation, you failed to refrain from alcohol per AberHealth on November 29th, that you tested positive for alcohol, that you tested positive for alcohol on November 30th. So I have two per AberHealth, 2 positive tests for alcohol on November 29th and November 30th. Do you understand the nature of the technical violations that have been brought against you, Mr. McKinney?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. I see that you were also represented by the Public Defender's Office on the underlying case, which was an operating while intoxicated. Did you want further representation from the Public Defender's Office on this file? It'd probably be a pretty good idea.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So we are gonna set this for formal hearing on the technical violations. Of course, you have a right to counsel in this. You have a right to have the witnesses called on your defense and to cross-examine those witnesses and to contest any charges brought against you. Did you want to meet with Mr. Lee concerning the public defender's office representing you in this file?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so if you stay on, once Mr. Lee's done with Mr. Del Toro, we'll place you in a room with Mr. Lee and you can talk to him about the financial application. All right, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, the formal hearing will be set for January 21st at 1:30. So your formal hearing's been set for January 21st at 1:30, and I'll go ahead and put you in room 2 and then move John Lee over the public defender in order to talk about representation in room 2. All right, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so you'll get a prompt to go to room 2. And then I'll put Mr. Lee in there when he's done with Mr. Del Toro. Wait, Michaela Porter. That's Mr. Raleigh. That's Porter Miller. All right. So Megan, once Mr. Lee's done with Juan Del Toro, we can put him in Mr. McKinney, and if need be, then we'll put him with Miss Porter Miller. Porter Miller is a probation violation arraignment.
I'm sorry.
Michaela Porter should be in person, right? Because that is a sentencing.
Yeah, there's 2 Porters. There's Michaela Porter and Porter Miller. So we're doing Sierra Porter Miller, which is the arraignment.
Thank you.
Yeah.
We are muted, just so you know.
Then everybody got an explanation. So Sierra Porter Miller, you can unmute. Miss Porter Miller, you can unmute. Sierra Porter Miller.
Yes.
All right, thank you. So this is a probation violation arraignment for Sierra Porter Miller. And ma'am, you are Sierra Porter Miller, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a arraignment in this matter. It is alleged by your probation officer, who is Brendan Hanna, that you technically violated your probation by testing positive for cocaine at AberHealth on November 29, 2024, that you tested positive for alcohol on December 2nd, 2024, and you failed to submit to random testing at AberHealth on December 11th, 2024. So those are 3 technical probation violations. So on this probation violation, you have the right to counsel and you have the right to have all witnesses brought by the people of the state of Michigan to cross-examine them and contest any charges brought against you. You were previously, if I am correct, ma'am, you were previously represented by the public defender's office on the underlying OWI file. I think it would be a good idea, you plan on seeking representation on your probation violation hearing from that office on this file?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to set it for formal hearing. And the formal hearing is set for
January 21st.
January 21st at 9:30. 9:30? 1:30? At 1:30. And then Miss Miller, I'm going to place you in a room. You should get a prompt to go to room 3. Mr. Lee is here from the public defender's office, and you can talk to him about it, representation on this file. All right, ma'am?
Okay.
So you should get a prompt to go to room 3. Your January 21st date, that will be sent. That notification will be sent to the Shepherd Street address. All right, ma'am?
Okay.
All right. Is that still a good address for you, ma'am?
Yes.
All right, Ms. Porter Miller, I'm gonna move you to room 3, and then it'll probably be a few minutes before Mr. Lee's able to get to you. All right, ma'am?
Okay,
All right,
thank you.
you're welcome. Sierra Porter Miller. And then Mr. Raleigh, are you ready on Michaela Porter? She's on the Zoom.
Yes.
Michaela Porter. Ma'am, were you here on the Ayers Ellis matter?
So they're here for the civil stuff.
Okay, all right.
You guys can just have this.
All right, so we're on the record in docket. So we're on the record in docket 24011795. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Michaela Sierra Porter or Michaela Porter. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Izell.
Gabrielle Izell, Assistant Prosecutor for the people.
Mr. Raleigh.
Jacob Raleigh on behalf of Ms. Porter.
And ma'am, you are Michaela Porter, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for sentencing today. So I wanted to look to see if there was a reason why we were doing this via Zoom. And I see that you were failed to appear for sentencing on December 2nd. Would that be a fair sentence? And then it was referred to probation?
Yes.
All right. Do you have it? Zoom was set for final pretrial. There's no jail. Well, there's no request for jail at this time. Mrs. Zell, do you have a preference as to how to proceed, or do we, because we don't have any, do you have any objection to us proceeding by Zoom?
I do not have an objection, Your Honor.
All right. And then Mr. Raleigh, I'm assuming you're okay with proceeding by Zoom?
Yes, sir.
All right.
I'll do that. I'm sorry.
All right. Have you had the opportunity to talk to Ms. Porter or see her about the pre-sentence report, Mr. Raleigh?
Yes, Your Honor, we have reviewed that report.
All right. Any additions, deletions, or corrections?
We have not.
All right. Ms. Azell. Deletions or corrections. I have a Lansing Police Department reimbursement of $445.96. Is there any other restitution on this file?
Your Honor, the victim originally told us that there was some restitution that he was hoping to receive. However, after about a month span, we still have not received that information from him, so we will be moving forward with no restitution.
All right, okay. So no restitution at this time, and for the record, and you've indicated for the record, you've lost contact with the victim in the sort, or at least there hasn't been any follow-up.
Correct.
Okay. Without any additions, deletions, or corrections, allocution, Mr. Raleigh.
Thank you, Your Honor. After speaking with Mr. Porter, I know she understands the seriousness of the situation. She knows that she or someone else could have been very badly hurt by this. And then if it happened again, it could certainly go that way. She does not want to take that risk. I know she is committed to never committing this sort of crime again. To that end, she is attending counseling and is going through regular substance testing as part of a situation involving her child through MDHHS. So that is a requirement in that area. And to my knowledge, she has been compliant and there are no recent issues there. And she also tells me that she is going to begin
seeking further counseling through her employer. She works for General Motors and they do provide some services for employees upon request. So that's something she's going to be pursuing. But all that is to say that I think she's taking this matter very seriously. She's committed to, frankly, to sobriety and to safety at this point. I don't foresee any further legal issues for her. Sure. And my request would be simply that the court adopt the recommendations of the pre-sentence report.
All right, thank you. Ms. Porter, is there anything you'd like to say before the court passes the sentence?
No, Judge, pretty much everything was covered.
All right. Anything you'd like to say, Mrs. L?
No, Your Honor.
All right. This is for a guilty plea taken on September 30th, 2024 for operating while intoxicated. It is ordered that the defendant spend 93 days in jail, credits given for 0 days previously served. I'm going to suspend the 93 days upon successful completion of probation. I'm going to set fines and costs in this matter with the understanding that this was the intoxication was 93-day misdemeanor. So we'll set it at $200 fine, $200 costs, crime victims' rights fee of $50, state minimum court cost fee of $75. We'll delete the $120 Ingham County prosecutor recovery costs, probation of $270, and then the LPD request of $445.96. And ma'am, I will give you a tally of that. So you'll have a broad number, or so it's $445.96 from LPD, $270 for probation, state minimum cost fee of $75, crime victims' rights of $50. That's $320 plus the 400 fines and costs for $600. That's not right. Even I know that's not right. $445.96 plus $270. Plus 75, plus 50, plus 400. That's right. $1,240.96 to be paid over the course of probation. Your probation is 9 months. It can be done via Zoom. As a part of your probation, no assaultive or threatening behavior, no use of possession of alcohol, marijuana, or controlled substance without a prescription. Submit to random PBTs and/or urinalysis as directed by your probation officer. No bars or nightclubs. You're to complete the following rehabilitative services, pay fees, and provide proof of completion to the court. You're going to have to sign a release indicating that any mental health counseling that you receive from your employer or any mental health counseling that you're directed to do, the probation department and especially your probation officer, and your probation officer was Brendan Hanna, will get a chance to review that. All right, ma'am?
Okay.
All right. So that is a part of the mental health counseling as directed. Attend the victim impact panel within 120 days with verification. So within 4 months, you should attend the victim impact panel to let them know what happened. Essentially, what you're doing is letting them know that this could happen to anyone. All right. I mean, you weren't selected out to be chosen for drunk driving. And so it's good for everybody to hear that. All right, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
Obtain and maintain employment, which you seem to already be doing. Not purchase or possess firearms, ammunition, of weapons of any kind. And this is a reportable abstract on your driver's license to the Secretary of State. Just so you know, they're gonna have an indication of what we did here. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Do you have any questions concerning the judgment of sentence, Ms. Porter?
No, sir. I just wanted, so my license, I'm sorry, go ahead.
You'll have your license, but you need to check with the Secretary of State because that could go away depending on how many points they give you for this offense.
Understood.
That's between you and the Secretary of State. I know that they will abstract, they will look for an OWI and it'll be abstracted. What this does to your license, you should follow up on. All right, ma'am?
Okay.
All right, you should get with Brendan Hanna from the probation department to make sure that you're on the same page with how he sees your probation going. It's set for 9 months of probation, and this all works better. The less we see each other, Ms. Porter, the better, because once you start violating your probation, I end up in your thing, in your stuff, and that's not where you want to be. Is that correct?
Exactly.
Exactly is right. All right, ma'am. Anything towards the judgment of sentence or anything you want clarified, Ms. Porter?
No, sir, not at all.
All right, go ahead and check with Mr. Hanna. And anything else for the record in 24-01795, Ms. Azell,
Not for the people.
Mr. Raleigh.
No, Your Honor.
All right, you're all set, ma'am. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
All right.
Have a good day.
You too. All right. So Mr. Lee can probably meet with Miss Miller.
Yeah, you just got that.
All right.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're good. Working on something.
Now I think you're done, Mrs. L.
I think so too.
I think you're done, Mr. Raleigh.
I hope so.
And I don't think Mr. Davidson showed up yet. Did Mr. Brooks show up?
I was gonna say, do we have more sentencing? Or am I hallucinating?
Either one of them have shown. And I know what both look like.
So Mr. Lee, we're gonna put you with Miss Porter Miller as the last person to meet with, all right? Because we set her for formal hearing and she said she wanted to meet with your office.
That would be great, Your Honor. Thank you so much.
All right. So I'm gonna move you to room 3. Thank you, Mr. Lee.
Have a good day, sir.
You too. So we have Brooks left there.
I think he should show up. Yeah.
Right. We'll do that last.
Okay.
Yeah, let's do. So who is here for laugh cue?
Tim Smith, the plaintiff, LAFCO, Your Honor, P4825.
All right, and you're here on the first case on Leo Jackson. Is Mr. Jackson here? I don't know if Mr. Jackson's here. We probably got about 5 minutes, but so I've got you here on that case. Mr. Jackson's not here yet. Who's here on Progressive Marathon?
I'm here, Your
All right,
Honor, for Progressive.
All right, so Miss Palmer, you're here for Progressive, and then Miss Yusuf Tia and Anima Haddad. All right, and that's a pretrial. All right, and then I have who's covering on LVNV funding.
Michael Bankstein.
Okay.
I'm one of the attorneys.
So
at
Mr.
the Snowman
Bankstein,
Law Office.
All right. So Mr. Bankstein, you're here on that case?
That's correct, Your Honor.
And that's with Pamela Carter, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. With the person on the OnePlus cell phone, please identify yourself.
Sharon Vaughn. I don't know if that's the OnePlus, but.
Ms. Ron, what case are you here on?
I'm here with Discover Bank with Betsy Suzanne Wilshire, I guess. It's supposed to be at 2:30.
Right, I have LAFCU, Progressive Marathon, LVNB Funding, and Jefferson Capital Systems at 2:30.
Well, I don't know. So they sent me 2 letters that said 16.
What's the number on your letters, ma'am? What's the docket number?
Docket number, case number 24-03261.
03261.
She paid it. It looks like they filed a judgment by summary disposition.
All right.
She paid it and they closed it.
Okay, so ma'am, your case has been closed. It appears you paid everything. So I don't know why it wasn't taken off the docket, but your case is closed. You're free to leave the Zoom courtroom.
Okay, I haven't paid anything, but I don't know. Okay.
Well, that's the indication from our computer is that that they filed.
It says they filed a total judgment by summary disposition for $5,432.13.
So that, well, it's not on the docket, but there was paperwork filed in that case. It was a motion for summary disposition. It was not set on today's calendar. You might want to get with the plaintiff or whoever's responsible to see what's happened in the case, because you're not on the docket, and it appears that they were granted a motion for summary disposition.
Okay, okay. All right, well, I will
All right.
contact them, and see, but they just had it down. They sent me 2 court dates for this date and time. So, okay, I will get with them. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
Yep, bye-bye.
Your Honor, as far as Pamela Carpenter goes, I'm okay with, giving her another 15 minutes to show up or what have you. If she doesn't, I'll go ahead and make an oral motion for default judgment.
All right, Ms. Palmer, you can unmute and I'll call that case.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Let me pull it up here electronically. $24,05729. Did Megan leave us?
Yeah, but she
Probably an iPad. What they?
shouldn't be too far.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 24,05729. That is Progressive Marathon versus Yusuf Tia and Anima Haddad. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record, Ms. Palmer?
Yes, good afternoon, Your Honor. Tiffany Palmer on behalf of Progressive Marathon Insurance Company, P number 74809 for the record.
Okay, and you are Yusuf Tia? Yes. All right. And you are Haddad Anima?
Yes.
All right. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. I don't think I have anything coming up on the, let's see, on notes. So I will give you your options, Ms. Palmer, and what you'd like to do. If you want, I'm always amenable to letting the parties meet. So if Mr. Tia and Ms. Haddad want to meet with you, I can put them on an iPad and they can meet with you in a breakout room, and you can discuss some of the legal issues. You can actually do your own pretrial sheet if you choose to. If not, or if you don't want to meet, I can fill out a pretrial sheet that we usually do in the matter in order to set discovery issues and things of that nature. Do you have a preference, Ms. Palmer, as how you'd like to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor, but before that, I just want to clarify for the record. So Mr. Yusuf Tihad, we did not receive an answer. So we completed a default that we submitted to the court. We just have not received a signed copy. So if an answer was filed, we haven't been served with that. So it's our position he's not actively in action because we don't have an answer. And then I thought that we had reached a settlement with Hadid Anam, I believe I'm pronouncing it correctly. I thought we had
Nima Haddad?
Nima Haddad, yes. I thought we had reached a a settlement. We sent a consent judgment to the address that we thought was a good address, which memorialized the settlement terms, but we haven't received it back. So I'm not sure about that. So I
But
guess maybe-
would you like to meet with them to discuss some of these issues?
It's fine with me if they want to meet, more specifically Anima Haddad wants to meet.
Ms. Haddad, Mr. Tia, did you respond to the complaint that was filed?
Yes.
And when did you respond in writing to the complaint?
I forgot, it was, I don't know what date, but I did respond.
Do you have a proof of service concerning your response?
Not with me, but my response is.
No, you have to respond in writing like months ago.
I know, that's what I did, like in writing that.
All right,
Yeah.
and then you wrote and you did a proof of service along with that.
Yeah, so I did that agreement, but
And who did you mail that proof of service to?
I didn't mail it, I brought it here.
You brought it here?
Yeah, to the fifth floor, I think.
I'm gonna have both Mr. Tia and Ms. Haddad placed on an iPad to speak with you. I'm gonna place you on an iPad. You should follow my court officer and we'll discuss some of the merits. You can discuss with Ms. Palmer some of the merits of this case. Do we have anything concerning? And in the meantime, I'm gonna check to see if we have any proof of service for a following. So you should go with my court officer. She's gonna place you on an iPad and then we'll put you in a room with Ms. Palmer.
All right.
All right, so I'm gonna indicate that all parties appear. And they're to meet in a breakout room. And then, Ms. Palmer, once that's placed, once you're able to meet with them, if you want to place anything on the record and file any motions, I don't have any motions. This was set for pretrial today. In order to dismiss or motion for summary disposition, I can entertain those at the appropriate time. But I'm going to place you in room 1. And then once the iPad joins, I'll place them in room 1 too. All right, ma'am?
Okay, Your Honor, do you want us to come back if we don't have anything to put on the record?
Yeah, if nothing works out, we'll come back and place it on the record.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. So that is those two. All right, and then we'll call laugh Q. That's 1523822. So, Mr. Smith, I'll call laugh Q your case. So we're on the record in docket 1503822. That is laugh Q versus Leo Jackson. Will the parties please introduce their appearance for the record? Mr. Smith.
For plaintiff LAFQ, Tim Smith, P48259.
All right, and is there a Leo? I do not see a Leo Jackson in the Zoom courtroom. Let me admit my iPad and put it in room 1. I do not see a Leo Jackson in the Zoom courtroom. There's nobody in the physical courtroom. And Mr. Jackson is not, I'll call his name in the hallway. It appears Mr. Jackson has failed to appear for the discovery proceeding. Mr. Smith, how did you want to proceed?
We'll file a motion to show cause, Your Honor, with 9-day mailing for service.
I have that we previously met on December 3rd, and you met in a breakout room for the creditors' examination. They were sworn in, and then we were waiting for additional information. Is that correct?
Correct. Following that hearing, we'd sent a reminder letter to Mr. Jackson, reminding him to send certain documents that were responsive to your subpoena, including a banking relationship and some vehicle registrations. He never sent any documents. This was a control date for those documents.
All right, thank you. So I'll indicate the defendant failed to appear. Do you want to call Leo Jackson? Just
There's
nobody out there? Okay.
No. I can, but.
No, you're good. You're good.
Thanks.
We'll file a motion to show cause, Your Honor. I have a 3 o'clock with you. I'll come back in for that case. I'm going
All
to
right.
step up for a minute.
That sounds good, Mr. Smith. Okay, so once the order to follow concerning this matter on the fail to appear, and then I'll see you at 3 o'clock.
Thanks. Thank you, Your Honor. Appreciate it.
Thank you. All right, and then Mr. Bengstein will call your case. And that's LVNV Funding and Pamela Carter.
Good
That's
afternoon, Your
24.
Honor.
Let me bring that up and.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Right, so we're on the record in docket 24-06691. Good afternoon, Mr. Bengstein. You were here for LVNV Funding, is that correct?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Yes, Michael Bankstein, P697778 on behalf of LVNB Funding.
Right. I do not see a Pamela Carter in the Zoom courtroom. I do not see a Pamela Carter in the actual courtroom. There's nobody in the hallway. So it appears that Pamela Carter has failed to appear for the pretrial today. This was scheduled, I'll indicate for the record, this was scheduled for 2:30. It's now 2:56. And it would appear that the defendant has failed to appear for the pretrial hearing. Mr. Bengstein, how did you want to proceed today?
I'd like to make an oral motion for a default judgment, Your Honor. I can read the damages, cost, fees, and totals into the record.
All right, go ahead and place your terms on the record.
The damages are $2,550.58. Cost in the amount of $128.25, plus the $75 statutory attorney fee, for a total of $2,753.83, Your Honor.
All right, and you will follow that up with an order to that effect, Mr. Bengstein.
Yes, Your Honor. Where did you want me to email the MC-10?
That should be filed with the MI file system that the civil department uses. So it should go through Michigan File, the electronic file system, and that'll be presented in my inbox through the MI file system for signing.
Sounds good, Your Honor. Will do.
All right. Anything else for the record in docket 24-06691, Mr. Bengstein?
I have nothing further, Your Honor. Have a great day.
You're all set. You're all set. Thank you for your appearance today. And then Mr. Chisholm, you're here for Jefferson Capital, is that correct?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Yes, it is. I'm here for Jefferson
All right.
Capital in the matter with Harry Jackson.
All right. So let's go ahead and put that on the record. We're on the record in docket 24-07672. That's Jefferson Capital Systems versus Harry Jackson. Appearances for the record, Mr. Chisholm.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Jeremy Chisholm, P74670. I'm the attorney of record for the plaintiff.
All right. And I do not see Harry Jackson in the Zoom courtroom. There's nobody by the physical courtroom. About 2 minutes ago, there was nobody in the hallway. So it would appear that Mr. Jackson has failed to appear for the pretrial that was scheduled for today. And I'll write that this was scheduled for 2:30. It is now 2:59. And the defendant has failed to appear for pretrial. Mr. Chisholm, how would you like to proceed today?
Judge, in light of the defendant's failure to appear, as well as his answer, which does acknowledge the validity of the debt and does make the promise that he will pay it off, I would ask that a default judgment enter in this time in the amount of the prayer for relief, which was $7,966.88. Plus the plaintiff is asking for costs of $107.27, which is the filing fee, and $30.02 for the process server. So a total combined judgment that they're looking for is $8,074.15.
All right. I will orally grant the order, the default judgment, and then wait to sign the order to follow. You'll follow that up with an order to that effect, Mr. Chisholm?
We will do that, Judge. We'll get it filed through the My File system as soon as possible.
All right. And if you're able, knowing the civil department and how it changes pursuant to what court you're in, they really like when you break it down into what you're doing for proof of service. They like that. I know they like that. But that may keep it from being rejected on some level. I know these things get rejected left and right, so I'm just providing some assistance on that level.
Sounds good. I appreciate that, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Chisholm, I will sign the order when presented in the Michigan file system. Anything else for the record in 24-07-672?
Nothing for me, Judge.
You're all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you. Take care, Your Honor.
We had a bunch of no-shows so far. All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-01529. That is People of the State of Michigan versus Eric Brooks. This was the time set for probation violation arraignment. So 1/7/2025. This was scheduled for 1:30. It is now 3:04. And it would appear that Mr. Brooks has failed to appear for the probation violation arraignment, and a bench warrant and bond forfeiture are issued for his non-appearance. And that is all for the record in docket 24-01529.
Make sure you do the one I count too.
So here's Brooks.
Do it separately?
Yes.
And so, Mr. Smith, you're here on 05 and 24, the two cases at 3. We'll give them 15 minutes and then we'll call those cases, all right?
Who are the defendants? I've got on my calendar for today, I've got Anthony McKinney.
All right.
Who's the
I
second?
have Anthony McKinney's on the second one and Kieran King is on the first one. And you requested an adjournment,
Yeah.
but nobody filed an order for that. There's just a motion.
Okay.
So
all
we
right.
can put that one on the record.
Yeah, I believe.
That's just a
Yeah.
motion to adjourn.
Yeah, there'll be a motion to adjourn.
All right. And then, yeah, and then once we'll give Mr. McKinney a few minutes to show up.
Okay, sounds good.
All right. Thank you. All right, so we're back on the record. Let me pull that up. 240527 We're back on the record in docket 24052729. That is Progressive Marathon versus Yusuf Tia and Anima Haddad. And Ms. Palmer, you had the opportunity to speak with Yusuf Tima and Anima Haddad in a breakout room?
Yes, that's correct. So we resolved some issues and some issues remain unresolved. Mr. Yusuf TI indicated that he filed an answer, but not on the answer form. So I was hoping that he can get a copy of that from the court.
I think I have what he's referring to.
Okay.
It's an
and if he
appearance
could
and
send that-
consent to judgment form that we were able to pull up that was of November of 2024. And that, and I'll make sure you get a copy of this. It is a form that indicates that he does not dispute the claim of the amount of $22,408.61. And then it goes on as a request for installment payments. So it's a consent to a judgment form filed by the court. So, and it has a 24052729 case number signed by Mr. Tia. I can provide a copy to you and Mr. Tia concerning that consent to judgment. Is that?
Thank you.
I think that's what you were looking for. That's what we were all looking for in regards to the answer. Yeah.
Yes.
So it's not an answer. It's a consent to judgment.
Okay. And that's fine. And so he also is having a change in circumstance. So he's asking for a different payment plan. So I'm going to ask the court if we can have a 30-day adjournment. The change in his circumstance is going to occur on the 21st. So he's going to give me some documents to show that change. And that way we can try to work out a payment plan for them both.
All right. So let's do this. I think that works. We will adjourn the current pretrial and we'll do it over 30 days, about 30 days date at your request.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So let me get a date for you.
February
10th at 8:30.
That works for me, Your Honor. Is that by Zoom?
Zoom is appropriate for either side. You can come in person if you want, or you can join us by Zoom, but that'll be February 10th at 8:30, and you'll get notice from my court officer for that date, all right?
Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate that.
We'll make a copy of the document. You probably can have this because this is a copy, isn't it? Yeah. So we'll make a copy of this for you. You can get this, and then you can provide it to counsel. You can send it to counsel or Ms. Palmer, you probably want a copy of this.
Yes, so that because what I'm going to do is withdraw our request for a default and just consider that he responded timely based on the date the court indicated he responded.
All right. So I don't know how we can get this to you other than if you just provide an email or
we can put it in the regular mail.
Or we'll send you a copy of it.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I don't know if I need to put something in writing or if I can just make a request orally that for the default to not be entered against Mr.
You probably should file it through Michigan File, do a withdrawal the default. Just because if you do it orally, I know that Civil Department will come right back and say we need it in writing.
Okay, no problem at all. I can do that, Your Honor.
All right, we will get this in the mail to you, and we will adjourn for 30 days to February 10th at 8:30. Anything else for the record on any part of this file, Ms. Palmer?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Do you have any questions of me, Mr. Taya or Ms. Haddad?
Thank you, sir.
All right. All right. We'll give you this so you can have it as a part of your records. All right, ma'am? All right. You're all set. Thank you for your appearance today. Thank you, Ms. Palmer.
Thank you. Take care, everyone.
Bye-bye.
All right, Mr. Smith, we'll call your case. The first one is Kieran King. That's docket 0501042. That is Lansing Automakers versus Kieran King. Appearances for the record, Mr. Smith.
For plaintiff LAFCO, Tim Smith, before 8259.
All right, and then I'll go ahead and I will go ahead and you can compliment or support or summarize anything the court says. My understanding is you filed a motion to adjourn to a different date to see if there was some some type of conversation between Mr. King and the parties in order to see that the debt was to be paid. And so we were adjourning today's date. Is that a fair statement, Mr. Smith, or anything else you want to state for the record?
Yes, Your Honor, we just simply need adjournment because he and I talked yesterday. He's sending payment in full. As soon as we have the monies in hand, it clears the account. We'll file a satisfaction of judgment with the court. We'll get the case closed.
All right, so we're really just looking, are we just looking for a control date, hopefully?
That's fine.
All right, do you have a time frame as to how long you want to provide for the adjournment, Mr. Smith?
30 days is fine, Your Honor.
All right, so we'll go 30 days out.
February 10th at 8:30.
February 10th at 8:30. So we'll revisit this issue on February 10th at 8:30. Anything else for the record in 0501042, Mr. Smith?
Nothing, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, you should be all set on that file. And then we have docket 2400591. That is LAFCU versus Anthony McKinney. Appearances for the record, Mr. Smith.
For plaintiff LAFCO, Tim Smith, P48259.
And I do not see it. This was scheduled for 3 o'clock. I do not see an Anthony McKinney in the Zoom courtroom or physical courtroom. Mr. McKinney was not present in the hallway. It would appear that Mr. McKinney has failed to appear for the motion to show cause that was set for today's date. Let's see. It assumes that this was previously set. It looks like we previously set this before on August 28th. I think it was on August 28th. It was set for I will reiterate, it was set for 3 o'clock. It is now 3:20. And the defendant has failed to appear for the motion to show cause. How would you like to proceed, Mr. Smith?
Your Honor, I'd like to proceed in the following fashion. We're here today on an adjourned motion to show cause relating to document production for Mr. McKinney. I did talk with him this morning. He assumed that because we had a wage assignment in place that he didn't need to produce anything. I explained to him that he still needed to comply with the subpoena. We discussed exactly what those documents were. I told him that I would resend him a letter reminding him of what the documents are. He said he would get them to me within the next 30 days. I guess I would like to proceed, Your Honor, rather than going straight to bench warrant right now. I'd like to give him the 30 days to get me the documents. He understands he needs to produce those pursuant to your subpoena. If he fails to do so, we will submit a bench warrant at that time.
All right. So do you want it set for the same time we did the February date? Does that work well for you for the adjournment?
Sure.
All right. So February
10 at 8:30.
Yeah, February 10th at 8:30.
That works.
All right. So February 10th at 8:30, we'll place it so we know where to find you. You'll be here with the other case.
You bet.
All right. Anything else for the record in docket 24-00591, Mr. Smith?
Nothing, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, you're all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you, Judge.